Yo, yo. Actually, I should turn on my camera. Yo, I should turn on my camera, shouldn't I? That's great. Well, hold on a minute. This is not the killer start that I imagined. All right, well, if my camera just wants to turn on one day, that would be great too. And let's see. Today, though, we'll be cooking something pretty crazy. I'm really excited. I'm really excited. It's going to be hopefully as cool as I hope it will be. There I am. Hello, folks. Hello, folks. Why does my loop deck not work? Everything is fucking weird on a Saturday. Hope you're doing good. We're going to be doing a couple of things. I think we're going to be working on some course material because I want to do, I've wanted to do that for years, but start working on a course about, programming with AI, right? And then the other thing I want to show is actually a really interesting idea of how limiting MCP is. So let me see. Can I switch scenes? I can't switch scenes. What is going on here? What is going on? All right. Well, anyway. So what we're going to do today, besides preparing maybe a little bit of source material, although I want to move that towards the end, what I want to show is like how MCP really is, or tool calling in general, I would say. Tool calling in general. Let me edit the stream title as well. Cooking some MCP. So basically tool calling, right? It's like some structured output from the LLM that's been trained in a certain way, and that gets then interpreted on the calling side usually. Although with the new protocols and the new reasoning models, you can, I think, do streaming command calls, but I haven't looked at this too closely. And the LLM, basically, in the prompt, you give it a list of tools. You say, like, look, you can do X, 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 X. And the LLM, based on logic, will try to do the one or the other. But that means that if you give it too many tools, for example, it will start getting confused if the tools are not named correctly or named confusingly, or the arguments are too complex. So you basically need to have like a set of well-selected tools that have good prompts and are hard to use incorrectly. And still, there's a problem with that, which is you need to generate the tokens for all the arguments that you need to pass to this tool call, even though you might maybe have used them previously, right? And then you have to pass in all the tokens of the output of this call back to the LLM for it to interpret, to then maybe do something with whatever LLM fuzzy logic they have on the output, right? So for example, if I have a CRM, for example, to take Pierre's favorite example, and in the CRM, I have a table with the list of all the companies and their history. And I have a tool call that's called Get Company Info, and I have a tool that's called Get Company History, maybe. And I want to get the info about a specific company. The thing I would have to do is maybe look up the company info first, right? So one function call, and it's going to be like Get Company Info, and the company is called Acme. And as a second step, you're going to get the company history, maybe with a date range, and you're going to get back a ton of tokens, maybe with a ton of metadata for each history entry that I don't need for this particular query, but I have no choice, right? Like if you were to make a super flexible API that allows you to query certain things in a certain way, you end up having GraphQL, which kind of works because the models know about GraphQL, but it's like easy to write the wrong queries. And still, you'll probably get back too much information until the model understands what it actually needs for the query at hand. So you basically end up having a lot of tokens, say if I get like 10 history responses with a ton of metadata, I'm like, oh crap, that's not the info that I need. Maybe I need to query something else. You're still stuck with all these tokens in there, and they really add to the context of a conversation. They confuse everything in the model, and I think that's very limiting. It's also very slow, right? It's like a very slow process, because each time you have to send back all these tokens, and it's expensive, right? You're doing like many calls in sequence. And however, what LLMs are pretty good at, though, is excuse me, is writing code, right? And so what you can do with a very, very similar, with a very, very simple approach, which I'm going to show here, the only thing that I have in my tools is a SQLite tool. Like literally the only thing I have is execute some SQL. And let's imagine I'm going to create, actually I already have one. Let me see which databases I have here. I have a CRMDB, right? So I need to specify the CRMDB, and I'm going to say load the CRMDB schema, just so that we prepare, that we give it a little bit of information about what we have in terms of structure. But what this is something I would potentially put in the system prompt, but in a way, what I'm doing is like loading a standard library of functions. And let me actually switch back to the view. There we go. So what I'm doing here, and this time I have to move my window around again. It's going to be interesting. So what I did here is I loaded the CRMDB schema. You can see it calling the SQLite tool. So think of this as kind of like a standard library or like a system prompt, just to initialize the system, right? And instead of having tools that are called like, get company, get XYZ, get all of that, let me actually do something and reinitialize this database to not have any views so that I can show you the concept. So imagine I want to get the company info. It's going to look at the schema, say like, maybe I need to do a join, I need to do XYZ. It's going to query, and it's going to do all this like long running kind of tool calling logic kind of stuff to do its work, right? Like it's going to burn some tokens, it's going to find the real information, going to find all of that. But at this point, I did a lot of work, and there's a good chance that in the future, I will want to get the company history again, but maybe for a different company, right? And so at this point, what I can actually do is create a view in the SQLite database so that the next time I basically have a tool that's called like get company info, except it's called like select star from company info. So I'm going to restart this. Now I've cleaned this up and removed the views because that's what I'm going to use. So I'm going to start a new chat. I'm going to say, prime yourself with the CRMDB schema. And then I'm going to ask for company info and some other like interesting information I might want to get as a CRM user. And you can see like it's looking at how much data is in there. It's doing all these interesting things. It's really cool, right? Like they've been reinforced on doing tool calling. It's nice. It's nice to have some tool calls still, right? Like I'm not trying to bash that entirely, but I think we're like kind of not using them all too cleverly. So assuming that this was my system prompt, now I'm going to say like, make a list of information screens a CRM user might want to have. And then just for kicks, I'm just to make sure that Sonnet doesn't go like overboard and starts querying all the database. But say like I want an executive dashboard, for example, right? And I want all the info to do this, or maybe I want a contact list, or maybe I want to do like some things like that. So what I'm going to do, like the dashboard and overview screens, right? Like I could say like, give me the information for the dashboard, for the executive dashboard. And now it's going to do all its like tool calls. And, you could imagine that if I had like specialized tool calls, it would say like, oh, well, please give me like the sales data, give me like the revenue data. It will like create a whole database, maybe start to like figure out that it needs to group it by company, team performance. But the next time I ask it, it might do like completely different queries. If I gave it like a SQL tool, if I were to give it, some more tailored queries, it might not even be able to do all this stuff, right? Maybe there is no way to get the revenue data. Marcus, I'm not sure what you mean by MCP bridge in this context. I guess MCP is like just like a buzzword that I use, but I mean like more like tool calling in general. The MCP being just like plugging in whatever tools. But so if I had a CRM with tools, like I just can't cover tool calls to do all of these things all at once, right? It's just like a shit ton of stuff that I would have to potentially build like individual tools for, or I don't know. So the SQL tool, pretty useful, right? But like every time I might ask it for the dashboard, and we're going to try that, we're going to regenerate, right? Like this is my first dashboard that I got. It's pretty nice. It like used not too much data in here because it was able to do like some pretty interesting joins. Also, we don't have very much data, and we don't have all that much data in the database, right? So it, however, had to figure out that there's like active contacts and that there's like all of these things. And it has to like, this is a fair amount of tokens for something that ultimately is something I want to re-query every day, right? Like I want to have a fast bridge, and I guess Marcus is gone. So, well, too bad. I should be, I should be more responsive. And the idea now is, right, like if I regenerate this, and I'm going to have like a pretty different dashboard, probably. I'm going to probably have like a fair amount of different queries. You can already tell the queries are very different from what we had at first. And so now it only found like a UUID. It's like, oh, what the heck is this? It's going to select from another join, right? Like it's doing very, very different things, which might be good. Like that's one of the beauties of it. Marcus, I don't know if you're back, but if you are, give me a sign, because then I want to ask you, like, what were you referring to with MCP bridge? So we get, I mean, this one looks pretty fucking similar, actually. I don't know if we can go back to the previous message. I don't think Cloud allows for that. I guess you can retry. But I hope you get my point, right? Like we're doing something that's like inherently flexible. Is it doing the same queries every time? This is kind of different. Anyway, I should look at this a little bit more closely. However, what we can do is at this point, once we're satisfied with one of the results, is like, why not store that to reuse it in the future? And if you have a view, you really don't need very much data. So I don't know if this was like the same result than the previous one. They look really, really close, which is pretty cool, to be honest. If we look at the previous one, we can see there's a sales pipeline breakdown. Actually, yeah, they're very different, right? Like in one case, you have like company performance, and the other one, you have like industry performance. So it's kind of a gamble. And basically, it means that even though this interface is really nice to do some exploratory stuff, because I can ask follow-up questions, I have like all this flexibility, and maybe that's info I just need for today. But if I want to repeatedly query stuff and have it be fast and not as probabilistic, I'm kind of stuck with either having a prompt template that I can reuse, but it's also pretty expensive. But if let's assume I like this response, right? So what I'm going to do is like create views to recreate this dashboard quickly, and make a short description of how to build it. So now I'm basically going to create a tool that's called like make executive dashboards, actually also having like because I can't do like stored procedures and all of that stuff in SQLite, I have to kind of fake my way around it. And that's exactly what I want to build today, is a way to do this a little bit more elegantly and like pursue this idea of creating ad hoc tools, and which is something that was done in this paper called Voyager. And if you combine that with another paper that I don't remember, that where they basically said, like, don't use tool calls, just use code, and then interpret that code as the tool call, which is used very often, like, right? Like every cursor style IDE does use shell scripts to do kind of ad hoc functionality. But the idea here is like why do we need MCP when we could actually have standard libraries in code, and then you just import the standard library of whatever you want to integrate with, like GitHub, and then you write code that queries the GitHub database and you store it as functions, right? So what we can do now, let's assume that this is now the queries for the dashboard. Just the queries for the dashboard are this, right? Like 5 queries. So this is like basically less tokens than even before, right? It's like probably like less tokens than even this first query. And so what I can do if I start a new chat, executive dashboard, I still need to give it the CRMDB, but that now I can just like do this. And even though the format's not going to be correct, it's actually going to create exactly these queries. And did I add batch queries to my SQLite tool? Doesn't look like it. I should, actually. We can look at that. Actually, I'm going to add this as a to-do right away. Let's open our cursor, open GoGo Labs, no, GoGo MCP. And actually, I'm sure I added batch to queries, but we'll see, actually. If I look at the SQLite Go tool, we have the SQLite Open tool, which actually is not all that useful, I think. It was trying to open like a query. Yeah, and then here I have like queries, which is an array of queries to execute. I don't know if that's the version that's loaded in Cloud Code right now, actually. So here it created, right, like the 5 queries, which went pretty quickly, but could be basically get executive dashboard data, and then it creates like a dashboard for it instead of doing the tables, which is really nice. But again, if I regenerate this, I'm going to get something. I'm going to get the same dashboard data, right? Because it's going to run the same 5 queries again. But the UI is going to be very different. Maybe it's going to be Markdown. Maybe it's going to be HTML, like maybe whatever. And here again, it's like, well, I had this HTML. It was really nice. Why do I need to have the model generate this very expensive HTML thing that I can't even reproduce next time, when really all I'm asking, executive dashboard for CRMDB, should be basically, I don't need the LLM to get that, right? Or I could use the LLM to very quickly just like show me the web view. So that's the idea behind what I want to build today, is basically build an MCP that only has a JavaScript interpreter with a standard library for SQLite, with a standard library to register HTML web pages, and then with a simple way of exposing REST handlers, right? And so we're going to hope, I think we can one-shot that with, or like multi-shot that with AMP code. Pretty sure I can. We'll see if that's true. And I'm not really like the best, oh, come on. The best honest for users, like this is pretty new. Can't I see like the arguments to SQLite here? Oops. I don't know. Can I maybe see, because I might just have like not installed the latest version. So we could do so let me see. I think it's internal servers. MCP. Oh, why did I call it MCP? This was the experiment I had yesterday or like 2 days ago, which is really cool. So it has SQLite queries, and the object is file path, and then it allows for, man, this is unreadable. Yeah, it has a list of queries. So interesting. I wonder why it's not doing queries batched. Because it did the tool call here and it calls it with SQL. What is this tool that I have in here? This looks very old because it's not the same parameter, right? This one has properties queries. So let me see, because this looks like Cloud config, and then we have the SQLite, and this is MCP server. Oh, Profile SQLite. Okay, so this is old. Let me internal servers, SQLite, and then sure. So I probably have to restart Cloud Code because then you'll see this is going to be even faster, right? Like I'm going to close this, going to restart Cloud Code. Hopefully it still has the SQL tool, SQLite. It now has 2 tools and SQLite query is the name. That's cool. I'm going to paste this here, make executive dashboard from CRMDB. So hopefully it's going to do a single tool call with the 5 queries, get it all back, and then, yeah, so this is good. Allow always. Hopefully this works. I think it didn't work. File must be an absolute path. Okay, well, that's me being clever. From home manual CRMDB. Anyway, and the idea here is really where was I stuck in my explanations? Anyway, here we get all the data at once. Not sure what this is about. And then it's going to create, this time, a React app. So who knows, right? And then, yes, this looks pretty nice. Query 1, it returns just like a single big blob of text. I guess I could be a little bit more elegant about this. Oh yeah, I was going to say like we can look at the MCP over there, but so what we're going to do, and what I want to show you is I'm going to program in Go, right? I'm going to, oh, my scene switching doesn't work. So whatever, you're stuck with my code editor view. What we're going to build is, actually, let me start this in here. We're going to create a new folder with today's date, 25/05/24. And we're going to create a new file that explains what we're going to build. So we're going to build a MCP with JS REST web server. And MCP call server, which has embedded Goja JavaScript, expose SQLite tool calls to JS, right? Allow JS functions to be registered as REST handlers, and allow tool call for executing JavaScript in the VM. This should allow, so the JavaScript side is going to have access to SQLite, able to store functions and global state. Session is scoped to a MCP session. So we'll see, like it looks like maybe there's going to be bugs there. So we'll see. Tool call for executing JavaScript in the VM, which we're going to call execute JavaScript, which basically is a code with a string. And then we're going to have on the, we're going to have an API to register functions as REST handlers. And I think we don't really need more than that. And then we're going to have here on the HTML side, we're going to have tool call to register HTML under a URL. And actually, maybe we should make this JavaScript as well, which is basically an API to register file serving. as REST handler function that returns a file as a REST file under URL. So this is more like a completely flexible thing because we want to be able to template the HTML that comes out. Let me see if we need much more. We need an MCP server using GoGo MCP, expose SQLite tool call. So actually we're going to give maybe a tool call for SQLite. I don't think so. I think we should do all of this through JavaScript. And so I think we have embeddable MCP server API design. I don't know if I created an actual real document for this. So let me quickly see the work that I did 2 days ago. So this adds streamable HTTP. I guess I should commit that maybe. All right. We do have an example for batch cancellation. When is that? Oh, I asked it to do batch cancellation even. That's crazy. Man, I'll let Amcode run wild on this. So hopefully this still works. We'll see. Git add examples batch cancellation, and then git add doc JSON RPC batch cancellation MD, and then I think streamable HTTP and batch cancellation is stuff that I can delete. Add batch cancellation. Not too sure about that. We're gonna first format, and then we're going to edit our GoCI lint first as well. Sorry about this little setup stuff, but it pays off in the long run. Oh, it has the JSON encoder. Okay, so maybe the JSON encoder is actually a good thing to have in there. So transport.go and SSE, it's on line 416. And here we're going to do this, and then perfect. And if we make a lint now. All right, so we're adding batch cancellation. We're going to create a pull request, which is like add preliminary support for 25.03.26 MCP standard, not tested. But I want to have it merged in just so I don't lose track of all the stuff I built. This is going to hit Claude. This is going to ask for a nice pull request. And I guess I should start hitting Claude 4 in this tool, but we'll do that another day. It works well enough. I'm like comfortable with it. Add batch request, batch response, implement batch message handling, streamable HTTP support. All right. So once we're done with that, what we're going to do is flesh out maybe a little bit our document, which we created right now, and then give it to Amcode and just be like, yo, go. And hopefully my experiences with Amcode yesterday, where I was trying to do like some architecture astronaut thing that I wasn't fully sure with, I should have just done it by hand, right? Like it would have been much faster, which is something that hadn't happened to me in a while, that I wasn't able to one-shot my stuff right from the get-go, which is good. It means that I was maybe like not pushing things far enough, but also it was kind of frustrating to see Sonnet just like adding shit all the time. It just like keep on adding complexity on top of complexity without cleaning up. So it always like adds, for example, and this seems like new either with Amcode or with Sonnet 4 is like adding legacy wrappers. Even if I tell it to like, please not do legacy wrappers, it would always add a layer of complexity to handle complexity here. So it looks like we need to update our Go mod as well. So let me do that. So go mod, go sum. I'm just going to amend that. And now we're going to push force, right? Without commit hooks. All right. I'm going to move my window back to the middle because hopefully that's the least intrusive place I could find. And we're going to get cooking after this is merged. So let's just wait for this infinity of tests to run. This was Sonnet as well. Just like, go add some security checks. So in the meantime, anybody have one of those? I actually have one that a guy gave me, and however, he still needs to like cancel his account. So I'll ping him because all I can do right now is just like look at a logo and a camera. But I'm really excited. Actually, it's a really nice design. I like designer stuff. I like teenage engineering. And now that models are good enough, like I think this was just a tool that when it launched, the model was just like not holding up to the promise of what they wanted to do. But you know, we're there now. So I'm pretty curious. So while this is checking, actually, let me ping this guy. Yeah, and then in the meantime, tell me some fun stories if people are watching. I'm sure one day I'll just like starting to have some reach. So in the meantime, I'll just stream. It's Thursday at 8 p.m., Tuesday at 8 p.m. EST, and then Saturdays more freestyle at 10 a.m. in the morning. Alrighty, just in time. Merge pull request, YOLO, we don't check anything. I haven't actually tested this code, so we'll see what happens. I did have to update it because I think Cursor or Claude, like one of them doesn't support basically the legacy protocol. So, all right, here we go. We need to go check out our main branch, pull rebase, and we're ready to cook. So we do have the MCP server with Goja. Let me quickly check the documentation that I actually wanted to check out, which I hope I find. So I did, because I did an embeddable version of it, and it doesn't look like there's a documentation for it just yet. There's the embeddable design, and then there's the implementation and README. So the first thing I'm going to do is like update embeddable to match the latest implementation, see implementation, MD, and readme.md in the embeddable part. I don't like those names actually, so that's why I want to delete them, because they're hard to find, and also I like kind of don't really know the level of detail that's in there and what my intent was when I was implementing it. So even though I know it's in the package embeddable implementation, it's going to be about the implementation of the embeddable functionality. That doesn't really mean like maybe there's some example programs that are outside of it, and then I don't know if this is a tutorial style thing or if it's like a to-do list, or it's hard for me to tell what these files are about. Like, is the README enough to use the functionality? Is the README just like this is the embeddable functionality? Like, it's hard for me to understand what this document exactly contains. And because README is so flexible, see, this is much more like a reference coupled with some information. And so I would call this like, reference with tutorial something, or like reference with example, something like that, right? Like it's it's a little bit harder for me to tell. I know this document is like much more explicit as well. So it's not also the document that I always want to pull in, because it's a lot of material that could potentially be also out of date. Like the more material you have in a document, see, I knew this would be like a to-do list kind of thing, and I wouldn't call this a to-do kind of thing. I would expect it to be actually an implementation document. So I'm updating this document, and what we're going to do now is start like an entirely fresh program that's going to have an embedded JavaScript server. And I think I'm going to leave it as part of the MCP framework instead of moving it to a separate binary. Well, it's going to be a separate binary, but I'm not sure yet where it fits into the whole ecosystem. Maybe I want to merge that into the main JavaScript, into the main MCP server functionality that I have as like an internal tool. I'm not really sure about this. So what we're going to do for now is I want to expand this to have a little bit more information about Goja, right? And so I could use Sonnet 4, and I would standardly do this with O3 as well. So we're going to try both, and then we're going to also try it in Claude in the desktop application, right? Oh my God, it moved the to-do list over there. So future enhancements is always like a tricky thing. Actually, let me look at future enhancement, plugin system, validation. Yeah, no, I'll figure this out when I get to it. So session management is pretty nice. And then command structure. All right. Struct tags, advanced features, middleware. I'd built middleware support. That's so funny. I mean, I guess I don't think this was Sonnet 4. Maybe it was. So this is also some nonsense. This is also some nonsense. This is also some nonsense. And then this is also some nonsense. All right. So this might be a good design already. But first, I want to flesh out the JavaScript part of this. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to O3, and I'm going to say, okay, flesh out a design on how to build this in Go. And I'm going to remove the MCP server part. Session is scoped to a interpreter session. I'm going to remove that because I think it's pretty easy to, God damn it. It's pretty easy to just like spawn a new VM for a session. So I'm not too worried about this. And then external API is going to be execute.js. And then maybe the code is going to be when it's called. The code is also written to a file with timestamp. So that way you can kind of reload the entire session, and then probably maybe later we'll have like an edit file kind of stuff or something like that. So I'm going to use this in O3, and I'm going to do the exact same thing. Actually, this is missing stuff. Golang web server JavaScript playground. Give JS, and then the Go side is actually integration with Go. So API to register REST calls, and then the Go side web server that calls the JS handlers on request, right? All right, so we're going to use this prompt both here, and we're going to use it in Claude Desktop as well, just to see what it's able to do in its agentic stuff. So I never know why copy pasting from here turns it into data instead of text. Drives me wild. All right. So we're going to prompt it with that, and then we're going to prompt it in here as well, in cursor though, or maybe in M code. Fuck it, I said M code. And so here, however, write the design in 2505.24.02 MCP with JS REST web server API proposal mcode.md. So we're going to let all of these cook, and then we're going to compare, right? So overall typology, we have a net front door. It hits the route. It dispatched to a Go routine. Eval job, the JS engine uses global state, and here only one Go routine touches Goja runtime, which is nice. Everything else talks to it through Chan eval job. That's also, I guess, useful. And then we do the wrappers. So in the design, we have this, the design bootstrap. So I hope that this kind of works with the proper Goja API, if this has been like good. So this is nice too here. SQLite exposure details. So, it gets execute.js as a REST function, which is not what we want. So this is something we would have to edit. Minimal bootstrap script, register handler, get. Yeah, this is nice. Like, I like all of this, right? So this would be our O3 design. So we're going to store it here to be able to compare it later on. So this is MCP with JS REST web server O3 design.md. And just for fun, because O3 is such a sprayable thing, I'm going to create a couple of those. And then we're going to look here at the Go server stuff. I don't think, does this have web search? It has web search, right? So I'm not sure if this does. I forgot to mention Goja, right? So maybe that's something I should have done here as well. Hopefully it's going to pick Goja. So let's redo this one. And then if we look at M code, I hope that it shows Goja. I'm not sure. Like, we'll see. I'll design something for this Golang web server using Goja. That's good. HTTP client. So this is nice. This is cleaner. JS web server, global state, code archive, JS files, JS route. Exposed to JavaScript. This is, see, you can already tell it's like, while O3 did a very simple just exec, this has here a bunch of prepared statements and all of that, which, is not the worst idea. Global state management is kind of nice too. Utils is kind of nice too. And then code execution API, I guess this is something we can easily fix later on. List all registered routes, delete the routes. Like, I don't know if I don't need a route management API, to be honest. I would rather do this through JavaScript. So I'm going to leave it at that, just to have the raw stuff and then create a new document. So this is nice. I like this idea of having a little bit more libraries. I can wrap this in a JS handler with a JS function. So this is all nice as well. Code persistence is nice too. Database schema is... I don't think we need that, because this is going to be recreated by the JavaScript. So I don't think we need that either. So you can tell Sonnet 4 is like going a little bit overboard in a sense. It's nice if I want to one-shot something that's pretty impressive. I think in a more, which is also what I would vibe with, but this feels like a lot of functionality. And maybe we should just like one shot it. The only thing I'm going to delete is the security performance stuff, because I hate that. File serving. So you know what? We're just going to one shot this one and see what happens. So that we just have something to do while it's going. And so I'm going to say like, create this in command JS server. Command experiments JS server mcode sonnet 4. Implement this in, and we're going to see where that goes, right? So this is the new design by O3. I hope that it picked Goja. It picked Goja, and then has a directory layout which looks very close to the other one. It has a SQLite.open, it has a register route, it has a register file, and it has a global state. This is all pretty cool. Engine internals. This is more fleshed out than the previous one, but it looks very, very close. It has an exec endpoint, which I didn't mention that it should just be a function, right? And then it has expose stdlib. So this is interesting. It registers the SQLite, has a Go response. So this is nice too, right? I'm just going to save it because that way we have a full trace of what I did in this stream. So we're going to create this and call it MCP with JS REST web server O3 design 2.md. Put it in there. And let's see what Claude has come up with. So I'll design a comprehensive Go-based web server with JavaScript Playground. And so it created a lot of code. It created the code straight out, which is interesting. It has the same set query exec level commit for all of those. Let me create example JavaScript usage and a simple front-end interface. This is interesting too, where it registers a whole bunch of stuff. Main with config. Man, it has a config file. Core architecture. This is an interesting pattern, by the way. Rich JavaScript APIs, and then so here it just does that. It would be interesting to just try this out, right? Like this would be, I think, pretty cool too. Is this the full implementation, or is this just database.go? I'm going to create both. So I'm going to create a new one, a new folder in here, which is the Claude desktop try. No, maybe I should make this a file, right? File, new file, 05 MCP with JS Reb web server Claude desktop. And I'm just going to paste the first part. And then I'm going to paste the second part. Where is it? And then I'm going to paste the example, right? So I'm just going to paste all of this. And I guess we could also give this to mcode and have it generate it, right? So we're going to start a second one, and then we're going to say implement 05 MCP in command experiments MCP JS server Claude desktop. And let it cook, which is mostly going to be copy pasting code, right? And then the question is, we gave it I think we gave it the Sonnet version here. So we're going to start the last one, which is going to be implement, and then we're going to do O3, and we're going to give it, I don't know, the first design in command experiments MCP JS web server O3. So we now have like 3 threads going. I don't know how I can look at them in parallel. I don't think I can. Can I delete this this thing here? Can I delete this? Oh, this is a real thread. Oh, it's because there's a draft down here. And then execute the file in Blender. Gonna delete this as well. I'm not sure how I can look at those cooking. It'd be cool to have like a little dashboard or something. I'm not sure how I can, if there's like a better view. because I don't see their progress either here. I used to see this little nubbin. I guess all we have to do now is wait, right? We can maybe like start looking at the folders to just keep us busy a little bit. Or maybe we can look at the streams. So where was it in the first one, which was the Sonnet self-build? It literally just writes the code. So it wrote a design document. So that was our first query, right? We reviewed the design document a little bit. I didn't review the design document on the other ones. So that's going to be interesting. Also, maybe I should check if there's a new version of AMP code out before. There is a new version out. Of course there is. And it was released like an hour ago. So we'll have to wait until these are finished, I think. And then we'll re-update. So we have a main.go, which if we look at it, doesn't use Cobra. I think that's because I didn't put it into my agent MD. See, it has it like use Cobra for command line applications. I'm not sure if it loaded that. Server.go. Oh, I put it into package. I hope that's not going to conflict with other stuff. I hope that's not going to conflict. And it's not creating the O3 version? Like, where is it with the O3? Oh, it needs to run this. Okay. See, this is, I wish I could see that in the workspace somewhere. See that, like, if I have multiple agents going, this is the kind of stuff I want to see, right? So this one's going to be significantly different, right? Like, that's going to be my guess. And yes, we're going to run this. It's not asking me if I want to run it every time. That's funny. And then it created a README. It created a bunch of stuff. It's going to run the gomod tidy. It's going to go run the gomod build. It has a JavaScript in there. It has an HTML file server example. And then how is it going to load these things? It has a basic API. How is it going to load these scripts? That's an interesting idea. So it's going to maybe in main.go. We'll have to see, right? It's in here, and then we can search the name basic API example names. Oh, we would have to curl it in. So that's maybe a functionality we could add, which is loading all the scripts in a certain folder. So we're going to add that, right? So it's going to get that. I wonder why it's not getting the gomod tidy over there. It's probably because the other ones are still running. All right, so this is interesting, right? Like I wonder how it's going to resolve that. Because maybe I should point it towards this part here. But I don't know if it's like very good at figuring these things out. Like, why does it know that it's a assert function? Like, is it going to go into a weird loop? No, it managed to find it. So interesting. But let me see if the other ones here require tool calls. It's doing some formatting. It has done the README. I wonder if this guy is going to be able to, does it have an example? So this one doesn't have any examples, right? And it probably also won't compile. Maybe it's still writing though. Yeah, so this is the Claude desktop thing, and it didn't fix it. So I'm going to say build it and write an example JS app, add functionality to load a full JS folder on startup, because we do want things to persist. And we'll maybe have to refine our execute thing to differentiate between like long running stuff and short going stuff. So is this going to allow go build, or is this going to allow everything that's in CD here? I don't know. We're back to our, see here, it doesn't ask me if I want to do it every time. That's weird, huh? And interestingly, we're only at 30% tokens. I'm not sure if it's going to jump up all at once at the end though. All right, Goose, these are unused parameter warnings and unused methods which don't prevent the coda from working. Let me create a short test to see if it really works. And at this point, I probably will ask it to, I'm going to say like use, at this point, I'm going to stop it. I'm going to say use go run to test, also add a flag to load a folder on startup with all the JS files to directly register the files. Also add a set of subverbs, use Cobra to interact with the API easily. So this is something I should have put in the design documents that I'm doing here as part of a conversation, because now I'm going to have to do this for all of them, right? So we'll see. Main module does not contain package go MCP. MCP, I don't know what that means. No. I don't want to go mod init. So this is weird. Like this is a package compilation error. And also that is the stuff that it mostly gets hung up on that I often see, right? It's like package issues and file name issues are kind of kryptonite for all of these things. If I do go mod tidy, nothing happens. And then if I do command experiments and then run the Claude desktop one, main module does not contain package go MCP command experiments. So this is interesting. Why does it say that? Because it's package main. It does not contain package. Why does it say that? Oh man, I realize how shaky my knowledge of like Go packages is. Too many arguments and call to want any. Okay. So I think that might be the issue here, that it's not able to build it. Hold on, actually. Args is prepend the string to args and then explode. All right. And then here the tab model is going to take it up. Yep. Let's try again. I think that might be the issue. No. Why is it not able to find this package? So I don't know what this could be. I'm going to ask in here, and I'm going to ask my, because this has web search. Why would this not work? And then I'm going to link the main.go, right? All right, so in the meantime, what is our first M code doing? I wish, I really wish it was easier to toggle between those. Maybe you can, I'm just like not getting it. Oh, it has created a Go mod here as well, because it probably ran into the same problem. No. So no sub Go mod, only top level. Use Go run after removing the Go mod. This means you need to run See, that's the mother of of all evil. So I should put this into my agents, because now it works, right? So I'm going to put this into my agent MD. Go guidelines. I'm actually going to do a little bit of prompt engineering here. This might be the reason why it wasn't working. Yeah. All right. And then so only use the top level go mod. Don't create new ones. All right. This guy wants to delete it. This is another issue where I always have to resize these things, but I think that's like just VS Code. It'd be great to have like a little dashboard that surveys these, or if like I have like an SDK to interact with this thing so that I could create my own. I'm not really sure what opportunities there are to build this, but if there is some kind of SDK for the M code extension, maybe there is. Maybe I should just like look. I don't think there is, right? Repository, m.git. Yeah. All right, let's go back. Let's go back. How do I close this? See, it's doing the same thing again. That's funny. It's doing the same in the, I think in the other thread, or maybe not. So go run. I cleaned up the situation. No go mod needed. I probably will have to ask it to do the same functionality. We haven't looked at the 03 version, but like right now my head is spinning a little bit, going back and forth between all of these. So we're going to see if the go run now runs. It does run. Did it add the subverbs? I don't think it did. I did ask it, right? So one thing I wish I could have is like quickly go back to my previous input. Because right now I'm like not fully sure where I did my input or if I did at all. And it's like kind of hard to parse. Yeah, so it's add a flag to load the folder, also add a set of subverbs. So it's going to do that. All right, cool. It's still cooking. See, the token count still hasn't updated, which is something that they changed yesterday. We'll see when this updates. So maybe I should stop switching back and forth, like, because I just don't have like the best UI. One thing that I'm curious about is actually, let's go in here. Let's look at the GitHub tools. It only has find issues and search issues. So it's not able to do that. GitHub project MCP. Because I started building one, but I haven't finished this. The server implements the project stuff. And then using Docker, project management, create and manage GitHub projects, issues and milestones management. So yeah, this is annoying, right? That I would have to show you that kind of stuff if I need it. But this looks interesting, right? Where I'm actually going to try this out. So I'm gonna switch to a different view while I set up the tokens, and then we'll see how that goes, because the idea I have is like I want the different AMP codes to just update like a project view, create their own tickets, manage that. So that will be interesting. MCP servers. So I need to add the GitHub project manager, my username, my repo. So what is the repo supposed to look like? What is the repository name? Is the owner supposed to be so it's the name of an organization. Okay, so it's going to be GoGoGolems. The repo is going to be GoGoMCP. And then my GitHub token is going to be my personal access token, which I'm going to create a new one. Developer settings, personal access tokens classic, generate new token. Oh no, it's not what I want. Generate new token. I need to log in. And I'm sure I'll still expose it. Like, this happens to me every fucking single time. So what does it need at scopes? Does this mention which scopes it needs? No. So I'm going to give it repo. I don't know which ones it's going to need, but I'm going to go a little bit more aggressive. Project. All right, I hope that this works. Generate, and then 7 days scoped, and then this is going to be MCP GitHub project manager, and we're going to copy it. So hopefully we should be kind of ready. Actually, let me add this to AMP code as well while I'm at it. Let me first see if it works in Cursor, and then we'll see if I add it to AMP code. It's blinking orange, so I don't know what that means. Error module not found. Cannot find module. Blah blah blah. I love JavaScript. Like, this is so fucking annoying. But at this point, I think I can go back to the code view so you don't miss up on the action. And hopefully I won't expose my my credentials. So why is this not installing? Because I added this, and I'm using npx, and it's throwing this weird error here. Npx GitHub project manager, error module not found, cannot find module of this here. MCP types imported from blah blah blah. I'm just going to ask O3. And because that would be interesting to coordinate all these, like all these all right. Let's see. I'm really not a good a good JavaScript developer. So do we have is this just broken? No, it has them here, right? So why is it not running? I guess I can just do it like this, right? Git project manager, MCP GitHub project manager. And it does the same shit. This is so weird. It has it in there. That's crazy. That's crazy. Why doesn't it find it? I wish I was better at JavaScript. The files seem to be there, but this is a rabbit hole. Although it would be really nice because I do want to have like many AMP codes running. MCP requires file extensions. Holy shit. So let's try this. This is hilarious. Now it's not finding the other one. That's so funny. I wonder if this is like more than 3 packages, maybe I should just like install it myself. I love this shit. But this actually goes into the direction of what I was showing, right? It's like tool writing is much better than tool calling. So let me see. This is funny. I mean, it's the most ugliest solution, but now I want to try it because it even has the path hard coded. So let's try that. And then does this work? Still doesn't, right? Because now it broke something else. All right, fuck this. I'm cloning this. And then I'm going to. It's an LLMs. I'm going to clone this, and then I'm going to do. Does it need pnpm install? I don't know. So cd mcp github pnpm install. I don't have nvm used. I don't have this, so I'm going to do npm install. And this is worse than I remembered. There's just, I mean, is it worth? I don't know. And then how do I run it after that? So now I have it built, but I should have actually, see, I knew I was going to expose my key on the stream. It's telling me to fix the compiler options, right? And then here it's doing, all right, so after building from source, how do I install this into my path? npm install -g dot. I still have the same issues. Jesus fuck. So I'm just going to paste all of this. Same issues. What do I need to change in the tsconfig? Oh, this is 4.0. I don't understand this shit. All these like 18 different ways of configuring the modules. Module resolution node. I'm going to call this bundler. But why would node not work, right? So it's running the tsconfig build JSON, right? npm run build, and then I'm going to do tsconfig build JSON. And I think that might maybe help here, and then maybe I'll switch to O3. All right, tsconfig build JSON to explicitly set Oh, Jesus, fuck. Wait, why is this still there? Always stuck with the same bullshit. MCP GitHub Project Manager. Okay, so now it's not found. Can I run it locally here? Run, start. Yeah, npm run start. Same issue. Is this just like a node version issue that I have? Like, what the fuck is that? Where does this MCP types come from? Oh shit, now I'm going to overwrite it, right? Where does this come from? Yeah, I'm going to throw O3 at it. I'm still stuck with it. The imports in the source are all... oh, I'm still stuck. The imports in the code are... Is this a node version issue? Should I explicitly set the module resolution in tsconfig tsc npm run. Is it doing tsc? npx tsc? All right, I hope that O3 gets it. We'll see. I'm getting off Rails, but I really want to be able to manage my different amp codes. And since the stream is like a Saturday stream where I go a little bit meandering, this seems like right in the right area, and also shows you what like non-vibe coding with LLMs is like. It's fucking package management all the time. So does this work differently with like V20? I don't know what I'm doing. I do have module resolution bundler, you fucking idiot. Yeah, we already saw that it does use the JS, except for that one MCP types, right? So import, what was the error? What was the line? MCP content type. RRG domain MCP types. And then head 10 build index.js. No. Yeah. It does for most, but not domain MCP types, it seems. Oh man, this stuff. All right, well, this is a job for Amcode, isn't it? I don't want to throw Sonnet 4 at it. I mean, we can try because I said I would test the shit out of it, but so I'm just going to write a clear guide that I can give to a developer to do that work. Restart, sure, why not? Then we're going to give it to Amcode, and we're just going to like not try to control Sonnet 4 or anything. We're just going to throw it at it and then see how far it just like goes cooking. All right, we're going to edit a little bit. TypeScript aware code mod, safer for large refactor. That is interesting. Oh man, this is like going overboard as well. So we're going to create our standard functionality, right? Like new folder, ttem 250424, and then we're going to add a file, new file, and we're going to say clean fix esm imports.md. We're going to put this in here. We're going to remove the clone the repo and install this. And then look at an all right, so let's give it to mcode, right? Build 01 fix EMSM. Going back to our JS, actually, like this really fries my brain to have so many of them. This is the Claude desktop version. All right, well, that's good. I like the little timeout in there. All right. So we have the Claude desktop one, and so now it's going to just like start fucking itself up by like removing files and cleaning them up and doing all that stuff, which I mean is fine. Like I'm not going to try to influence anything here. Usually I would say like stop, let me fix the template literals. So it's working. So this is the MCP JavaScript version, I think from 03. Is it the 03 version? Yeah. So I'm kind of curious to see what the 03 has. It has like all of these little things here. I'm going to ask it to build, you know, like a bunch of command line tools. So let's see if I have that in under here. This is where I really like struggle. You can see it starts to have like issues with formatting and applying the code, which is weird. And now it's recreating the whole file and it's failing to apply it. So this is where things really start to go downhill. And I don't know what happened here, because did something format that file? Like what is going on? But it reloads that section, and I'm not fully sure how good this all is. I'm gonna let it build while we go. And then where's my previous input? There it is. Oh, I see they added a little restore to this point. Really nice. Really nice. I like it. So we're going to go to the 03 version, and you can see the 03 version is much smaller, and I think that's a good thing. I think even though it was Sonnet 4 implementing it, I think the planning that 04 that Sonnet 4 does is like not really conducive. So we're going to run all of this, and it's trying to be cute, but shell scripts are such a brittle language. It's also like a problematic target in my eyes. Yeah, and then macOS, like writing shell script is basically writing code against an unknown standard library. which is kind of problematic, right? I like the TS morph part though. Like I didn't know about TS morph. That's interesting. So I suspect this thing is like, yeah, look at all this code that it is writing. This is the O3 version, right? And so now I kind of let the planning up to Sonnet, and it's like already built 200 lines of code. So let me run this one over here. And now I'll have to take a short break and go to the bathroom. All right, let me test this command, and then it's funny how it doesn't give me the opportunity now to allow it forever. It's like basically took my first thing. Holy shit, what is it doing? Jesus Christ. All right, interesting. So this is running, and then it's the serve. I'm not all too interested. Maybe I am. I wanted to load the JavaScript actually. How funny. I mean, it's good that it's like pretty agentic here, right? But I think I'm man, it like wrote so many of them. I love it. We're at 3,000 lines of code. And then, man, I don't know if this like always allow if it likes going to take the CD or the timeout or the go run. All right, so this seems to like be running. This is pretty cool. Failed to execute, connection refused. Why is it trying to do port 8081? Oh, because it was, huh. All right, so now I'm just gonna write a README. Now I will test it myself. Crazy, 3,000 lines of code. I mean, it's the green fields, right? Like I was expecting to pretty much one-shot this. So I think I did. It struggled towards the end, which is kind of what it always does, right? Because that's when it starts actually executing its code. And I had to ask it to add command line tools, which I should have put into my spec, to be honest, right? So here it linked the wrong README, but it managed to understand what I meant. So that's good. We have two more cooking. So we have the Claude desktop one, which is going to be, what is on port 8080 actually? Where's my web browser as well? Localhost 8080, nothing is running. Okay. What did this dude do over here? Run and always allow. Nice, it finally worked. Okay, so I'm gonna quickly just switch over and like edit my config for cursor. Check it, because now we don't need npx, we just need mcp GitHub project manager without any arguments, right? So let's go back. Let's see. Let's see what cursor says. Okay, so now it has it. Plan sprint, get sprint metrics, get overdue milestones, get upcoming milestones. That's all the tools it has. Create a project roadmap with milestones and tasks. There's like no other tools, like nothing to create issues or so. So plan sprint, MCP implementation, milestone management. So I'm curious here where the create a project with milestones and tasks, plan sprint, and then GitHub issues ID. So I probably need to put in the issues and update their progress. Issue management. Where's the list of tools? Let's go look here. So there was tools, tool registry. It has these like create roadmap, and then there's nothing to update tickets, which is interesting. Tool schemas. So create roadmap, visibility, project milestones, a list of milestones, and a list of issues. And then plan sprint schema. Okay. Get milestones. There's nothing to update issues, right? Because that's the thing I started like running into. Milestones, issues. There's nothing to like update issues. So that's bummer. I should have looked at this previously. GitHub. So this GitHub MCP, what are the tools that it provides? Fetch repo, fetch URL. Okay, so this is not what we want. GitHub MCP to project issues. Project support, GitHub projects MCP server, GitHub MCP server. All right, so what are the tools? Issues. Yeah, because that's not to move issues in the project. You do need to have like GraphQL API, which is not standard. Right, so it's the GraphQL API. Okay, so this is cool. List, create issues, update project field item, create draft issues. What is missing is like updating issues, right? Update project item field, create issue. So that was the thing that I was stuck on, is like updating the issue fields. So I guess one is never best served then by themselves. So project structure, is that the one that I was looking at? Schema, is this like a MCP server list thing? Create strings, review code. Functions exposed to the LLM to take actions, get project fields, update item position. Okay, this looks more interesting, right? via Smithery. Should I just try the Smithery thing? And everything's like so crazy these days. Let's try it out, like security to the wind. Server not found. Cool. All right, so that didn't work. Let's try this out. Let's close this repo. Let's go down here and then let's go clone this guy. Run install. Run build. And run is so much faster. And then we have a find build index.js, right? npm run start. Cat package JSON. How do I run this? I guess I don't. Okay, so this seems nicer. What the fuck is that? Okay, doing the same thing again. Let's see if we can update our cursor. Build index.js, and then this is bun. GitHub owner, GitHub repo. All right, let's try this out. Let's go back to cursor, and we have all these tools. That's amazing. So let's interact with those a little bit before we go back to our AMP code. So we are GPT-4 List project. Okay, so I do need to change my login. All right. Oops. I guess I showed my token again, didn't I? Okay. Create a project and put up some issues and set it up for minimal agile. Is it able to do that? Yeah, come on. I know that you don't have projects. Why are you calling this 4 times in a row? Project mcode agents repo none. All right, I'm curious to see what it does. Like, how do I look it up? Jesus Christ, this is not. What the fuck? Global node ID. How do I get it? Oh my God. Holy shit, what is this? Is not fun, is it? Yeah, it's funny because it tries this. All right, this is frustrating, isn't it? I mean, it's working, but then this is what I mean. This is exactly what I'm getting at with what we're trying to build today. Is like if you give it all of these tools and you don't really make great tools and you make it easy for the model to do the wrong thing, then you're like kind of fucked. And this is expensive, right? Because it's like doing a lot of tool calls. So that's why I was building this JS engine. I'll show you. Maybe we'll be able to do like a GitHub project kind of interface. Although that seems like a little bit too much, but so we have a server running. That's pretty nice. I'm going to take a short break and go to the bathroom. So for that, I'm going to go to my loading, and then we have a interactive break time artifact. I'm going to set it to 10 minutes, my friends, and I will be back after that. All right, my friends, the break is over. Let's see. Was this able to get our repo name? How do we get the repository node ID? It's still stuck. Very, very cool. Very cool. So in the meantime, I think we can start like looking at our web servers as they go. So we created, to remind you, we created 3 versions of this MCP JavaScript web server, which allows me to basically serve a whole web server based on JavaScript, right? And so if I serve the first version, this is with the design done from O3. So let's see what happens here. JS Playground is online. And then do we have like some kind of README on this one? We don't have a README. Let's see at the Bootstrap we have /JS Playground online. We have a post counter, and then we have a /help. And then what else do we have in our scripts? We have nothing. And then we have test scripts where we have, say, a couple of pages. So we could potentially do go run dot execute and then just a file. Pages executed. So now we have that /admin and /docs. All right, but it doesn't serve it with the right content type, right? So we need to add content type to this. And we were here in we need to find the proper agent. I think it was this one. Can we rename the thread? No, so add MIME type to serving files because curl-I, is that how we get it? Yeah. Because, so that was number 1, and I think maybe we'll spend a little bit of time on O3. So how the fuck do I get the node ID for a repo? API GitHub get node ID for repo. REST API endpoints for okay. Get repo. All right, anyway. What the fuck is it doing? It's like checking if it's JSON what we serve? No. No, add the MIME type to the JS API. And also I should maybe commit at some point. All right, so how do I get the token? This is going to be with dir env. All right, let me quickly again use my credentials. All right, cool. So that I got the node ID. Let me see if I get it. Grab the node ID. Oh man, there's like many of them. All right. So these tools are interesting. Like I wonder what, how they use them. So let me go back. I think we'll get to the next step in setting up MCP tools for creating a project and running issues. But that's not going to be nice for M code, right? And it's like, again, oh man, the which is a correct format. However, the program could not resolve to a node with the global ID of dot. What the fuck? Yeah, all right. Well, this was fun. If under an organization I need not your user node ID. So how do I get the owner is golem. So this is okay, so owner node ID golems. All right, let's try that. Man, what a slog. What a slog. It's the team ID. What's the team ID? How do they use this? The GitHub project manager. Yeah, what the fuck? All right, well, that was an excursion that I'm going to stop here. Actually, how do I get this? Requires authentication. All right. So one thing I don't understand is why it opens all these files while it's working, because they're files I never looked at, and then it tries to overwrite them. It's weird. So if we go to MCP GitHub projects, and then we do the curl that we had before, except we're going to do this, and there's no teams. No teams. Skip the argument. And then I'll stop, which is my standard sentence, and then I don't stop. All right, so it started like probably overriding all of this. Even though I said to not save it, like Jesus Christ, this is so weird. Is it recreating it a third time? Okay. Loading JavaScript from test scripts. So this is running, right? So we're going to stop it and we're going to rerun it from here. And then we had the execute. And so now /admin should be JSON. What the fuck? So if we look at pages.js, register handler, get/admin. So wait, why didn't it do it then? Where are we? Are we in the right part? Detect content type. Like that's not what I wanted, right? Like this is when I add the MAME type. So this is, I'm going to restore to this checkpoint. Restore. And then, oh, and then it scrolls back to the bottom? No, where does it go? No, we want to explicitly set the MIME type when registering the handler. And then we'll add like, you know, funky stuff like the register handler one, the whole routing and all of that. This is like future stuff, which we're going to have, right? So this is the O3 version. And like, maybe I should start thinking about committing some of these things. So I'm first going to commit the design document. Add design documents for JS MCP server. I really want to get this done today. I shouldn't have gotten distracted by all of this crap. Then I'm going to just commit some of the commit some minor file updates. So the agent stuff and all of that. And then I'm going to wait for this agent to be finished here. I shouldn't have spent so much time on this crap. All right. Actually, let me turn this MCP server off because we don't need it. Oh my God. So you can see how minimal the O3 resulting version is, even though the plan was kind of fleshed out. It's definitely, I think, letting Sonnet do the planning, right? Like even the Claude desktop version is like 2,500 lines of code. And here it has the MIME type in there. So there's definitely like maybe a couple of pros and cons in all of this, right? So I don't know how often I should go back and forth testing the different experiments, but let's run the MCP.js server Claude desktop version. Package is not in. Is it because it has a Go mod? No. Oh, it's because I need to do Go run. So I have a simple blog application. So I want to add a little bit more logging to this. So add 0 logging and more information output, port, routes, etc. Also add a log level flag. So this is also something that, you know, I should have put in the spec up front. I should have thought about it. Or maybe it's something to do in the agent as well. So when writing a new experiment app, add 0 logging to help debug and figure out how it works. Use -log level flag. All right, so we're adding logging to the Claude desktop. Let's see how the O3 thing is going. So now let me update the test scripts, and then it was not able to update the pages. Weird that it wasn't able to see that, I guess, because it was running it in the background. I wonder how much money I'm burning right now. Because we're building the same thing like 4 times, right? 3 times. And then maybe I'll try building the same thing with cursor manually. There's definitely this switching back and forth is a big problem for my workflow. And then it's doing these like weird edit errors still, even though I don't like have these files open. I wonder at how many tokens we are that it like starts to confuse things. See, it like, this is really, really weird that it is editing the file and then, no, it edited it here and then it changed it and then it said, and why is this file open again, right? Like I closed this, right? I closed this for sure. And then now it's like reopened. And then it tries to overwrite it. So I'm not sure. Is this the version that it tries to overwrite? Like what do I see in here? If I close this and I don't save it, then is that actually the overwrite? So I'm going to overwrite it and then we'll see what happens, right? This confuses me. Like I'm not sure. I've been like discarding these changes that come up randomly, but I think those might actually be important to actually acknowledge and might actually be what is coming out of M code. So maybe I was fucking with it by discarding these changes. I'm not sure. And then this like weird handler info, like where is it supposed to be coming from? Did it create it before and I kind of like dispatched, removed it? This is where being able to search in the build was like, would be interesting, right? Because it doesn't have this stuff here. Man, it like kind of really, I discarded stuff that was not good. And that's because I was confused by this like overwrite or stuff. So what the fuck is it doing? Right? Like, because now this hasn't changed, but it has changed on disk. Yeah, this is so weird. It got changed on disk, but it didn't get changed in the editor, even though it like is supposed to reload files that change. This is weird. I wonder if this is a bug. It's definitely, I mean, this is definitely how you derail an agent, right? Yeah, and then it recreates all the files, just like eating more and more tokens, right? Like actually, I'm going to stop it right here. And see, and it does this weird overwrite where it's like, why did it change underneath? This is very confusing. I wonder what I have going on, because like I don't think I have auto format on anymore. So there's something weird going on with the newer, older recognition. So where's my previous input here? I hate it. I can never find it, and I have to like, so I'm going to restore to this point once more. And oh man, and then now it's like, add MIME type explicitly to the JS API to register a handler. So it's going to try again. And this, I'm going to keep an eye on this file thing, because that is like disturbing. Git add dot, right? I'm adding the experiments. It's weird. It has like scripts and, oh, those were created by the server. All right, so let me disable the hooks. And so we see it added the handler info, right? So if we go look surreptitiously with our command line here, does it have it in here? Did it apply it? See, it didn't apply it. It didn't apply this patch. It didn't apply it. Even though it tells me that it applied it. But it applied this one. So it's lying. Right? It's actually not applying what it says it is applying, because it should have a handler info over there. All right, so that is problematic. Right? The fuck? And it's like telling me it's applying all of these things, but it's not. It just applied one of them. This is broken. Okay, so I saw that there's a new version. Holy shit. This is definitely a real bug. So we're going to restart the extension and we're just going to try again. And I'm going to... See, this is like... I think when I overload what it's doing, I don't know if they're going to be able to see that on the debugging front, right? Like if I keep rewinding, if that's something that they can see, and maybe that's the issue here, is this like restore? I really wonder what is going on here. Because if I restore, right, and I look at the file, I shouldn't have a handler info anymore, right? So it did rewind. So now if we do this here, I mean, I have it on stream, so this is pretty good, right? It's like this is 2 hours in. Oh no, this is like 2.5 hours in already. Really weird. Maybe there was a bug and I didn't update the extension. All right, so it's adding the handler info, but not the struct yet, right? We're going to see what it does here. So now it applied this. So maybe that was a bug. I'm going to ask actually on Discord. Right? And then see, it's telling me it's applying them, but it's not. It's telling me it's applying them, but it's not. Of course, Discord doesn't start now. See, it applied this one in bindings, but it didn't apply this one to engine. So what the fuck is wrong with engine.go? This is really, really, really weird. Because I don't have it open, right? I don't have it open in a different repo. Why is this opening? What the fuck? What is that? I'm going to close cursor. I have no other cursor open. I have a cursor open here, but it's a totally different project. So let's see if we have a cursor. We have a ton of cursors. Where are they? Oh man, I hate this. All right. Why is it running all these different versions? That's crazy. Holy crap, like, come on. Okay. Can I pass different PIDs to kill? Yeah. Kill -9. The last one. Run serve test scripts. All right, we cleaned house. This is fucking weird. Gonna try again. We're gonna go into command experiments 03. We're gonna do watch n1 fd find rg handler info. We're gonna rewind, see if it is able to rewind after restart. We have the wrong repo. Holy shit, this is... maybe that's why I was struggling so much yesterday. Heck, is there a new version in the 12.23? So it got updated like literally a minute ago. Let me see, mcode version. No copy paste. There we go. All right, let's go back. Implement JS REST server. All right, let's go back. So no handler info. Why is Discord not starting? Is this like at the end of every stream, like stuff just like goes haywire? Oh, this was Discord that was starting in the other window. So let's see, did it work? So we should have the first line. And then we have the second line. So this time it seems to be working better. And then we do have the get handler. Then in bindings, do we have this line? Yeah. All right, maybe that was like a cursor glitch or something. I'm not sure. That was really weird. And this is an issue that I had the last couple of days, but then seeing like 800 cursors running, I think what might happen is that one of these cursors had that project open, and I guess I killed the window where I was doing that, huh? Maybe a suspicion is that one of these cursors had this MCP project open and was actually reformatting shit in the background still. I'm not sure. I'm not sure why this would have happened where edits got lost. We'll see if it happens on this one, right? Like, because that would explain why yesterday I was struggling so much as soon as I was like refining my work, where I was like, there's fragments of all of this missing, and then it tries to fix the missing fragments, and then it just like started making a mess. So maybe I was like, I was having a hard time. And this is maybe something that the edit file tool could do, or that, you know, that you could like double check that edits that were applied previously independently of the LLM, the agent could like keep an eye on that kind of stuff, because it really is a big problem. And also it's something that is very easy to get these days with you know, with like background watching tools and all of these kinds of things. So yeah, I wonder if this is what happened here. So the other thing I'm going to do here as well is like add 0 log debug logging, so we get a good sense of what is going on, as well as a -- log level flag default debug, right? So it's stopping the serve. Let's see if it's still running. What did change here? So we're gonna kill this one. And I think that was it. Yeah, I mean, it seems the bug seems to be gone so far. So it really might have been one of those like cursors that was like still hogging in the background, and maybe that's what like gave me so much grief in the last couple of days. It's weird because like some of them were like 0.47. That's really old, isn't it? Like we're at 0.50 now. But that would explain a lot in the issues I have been having in the lately. That would really explain a lot. All right, well, thanks, cursor hogging in the background. So it's adding a lot of info, which is nice. And then we're going to try again. And yeah, I wonder how much, how many credits I burnt. $311 credits remaining. Team credits. And then that was the team credits. And do I have credits? Oh, nice. Nice, nice, nice. Not used when you are in a team. I'm going to open a file, just see what happens. If it's like starting to fuck with us again. But there's no way I can easily verify it like the same way I did with handler info. That was like kind of a one-off hack. I think that's definitely something the edit file tool could do. And I have something I can't share yet there in terms of managing this kind of like context stuff and making it like elegant and also more robust and also save on tokens, but which I'm really wondering why that hasn't been more explored. But then that's like similar to the concept I want to explore here. So one thing I can already tell is that having many agents go with the current API makes me actually lose more time than if I were to do these things sequentially, I think, even with the waiting. Because the switch is just too hard. It's just too hard to for me to visualize what's going on. Like I think if I had a better way of visualizing this, it would be easier for me to track it. And so maybe I should use the command line version of this, which I haven't used so far. So that might be something to try out, like I guess now. So might as well try out the CLI, right? Huh. How do I find out which key this is registered to? I guess we'll see, huh? All right, so it's running it again. And this time we have like more data. And so what we can do here is go run dot execute test scripts pages.js. And then it says, should we do this? No, it doesn't have it has a URL parameter, which I guess is just as good. HTTP localhost 8083, right? JavaScript executed, and now we have the /admin. And again, port 8083. And now we do have nice test health. Okay. So API status, list users, we don't have those, right? But we do have /docs. And yeah, this is nice. This is nice. I think this is sweet. We can add the MIME types. We can add, what do we have now? MIME test, logo SVG, script.js, style CSS, CSV. No, wait, what does it tell us? /API/CSV. And that was a CSV download. And then we have logo dot, where was it? Logo SVG. All right, this is really cool. And then we do have test scripts, utils, and then test scripts API. And so now it has okay, so this is an issue, right? So I'm going to stop. And so loading API.js failed with the errors above. But really, really cool. I like it. This is very encouraging. This is exactly what I wanted. Add MIME types and more examples. And, you know, in a way, I could git rmf scripts JS and then git add, no, vim.gitignore scripts and then git ignore and then amend. All right, cool. Oh, and then the data is SQLite. All right. So it's ready again, and then we can see if we can load API.js again, which is now running on port 8084. Hilarious. Post connection refused. Bootstrap complete. So this is obviously off now. Unable to connect. So is this hanging? Or was this just like part of this? Because it was as test scripts and then that hangs. Okay. As test scripts hangs. Also add debug logging and add logging to the JS side too. So yeah, this is refining, actually doing real work now, right? We have a pretty solid foundation and now we can do some real work. So I'm going to put this aside as a fairly successful run, to be honest. Not many tokens. It's like 1,200 lines of code. we had this weird like file edit thing, but now that it's gone, it's better, right? So yeah, it's gone after restarting and killing a bunch of 047, 048 old cursors that were hanging on. So I think that might explain the struggle I had yesterday as well. Oh, I should ask it to not do the serving. I'll do the serving myself. So now it's running, right? And it was... So now it's online. So interesting. And if we go into the experiments and we do go run execute on the API, however, this time we just need the standard URL. Then it loaded it and it said syntax error. I will run it in the future. When executing API.js, I now get because this is, I can't reload scripts easily, right? If they have lets, So maybe when executing scripts, I should wrap them in a function and expose global state explicitly. That way I can load the same file multiple times. Let's ask it. Okay, so it is, and this is great, right? Like this is some pretty advanced LLM stuff where it's like, oh, well, we don't have global state, even though I prompted it. Like I was already thinking about that, that the O3 version probably doesn't have the global state that the other Sonnet 4 design things exposed. And so here it's starting to add global state, and then you can do that kind of stuff, even though I kind of want to have it as a module in a way. But we can do that in a second, as that is more like refining the JavaScript API, which is a little bit different and probably will be very influenced by when this will be running as an MCP. And now that I think of it, like having an API endpoint for the execute, obviously that's not like the greatest thing ever to have in general. But so there's another thing here, which is like a little bit interesting, which is when you register functions and you define functions in these little models, you want to register them to a global thing as well. So the whole let stuff is like not great in the sense that wrapping all of this in a function definition might not be the coolest thing ever either. So maybe wrapping it wasn't the best idea. I told it to not run it. So we can try this again now, right? If I reload the API multiple times, it will like not do anything, but also is it now hanging? Because it didn't. Okay, it seems to be doing this. So if I do have like, if I go over my test scripts and I do MIME types, and then if I go into my test scripts and I do pages, and if I go into my scripts and I do utils, then I wonder if I'm able to, well, look at the admin page, right? Available endpoints, API status gives me back this, test the health gives me the counter, list the user gives me that. And so do I have like a way of looking at the routes? API status, API users. What pages do I have in here? Do I have any kind of JavaScript that allows me to do the counting? /greet. Oh, those are just examples, right? And then here in the API, I have so what I can do, I guess this is good enough. Like let's call it like a day here, and say, okay, Sparkle's nicely working 03 version. So let's go look at the other versions as we go. Shall we fix the lints? Go lint. Yeah, whatever. We do have the Claude version, Claude Desktop here. So we're going to go have a look at that. So MCP.js server Claude Desktop. We're going to commit it. Doesn't need committing. Also, I'm going to make a branch, which is experiment MCP.js server. And I guess we can do go run dot log level debug. And what else does this give us? MCP.js server go run dot gives us, it doesn't have verbs to load more, right? So this is the more minimal version for now, which I guess we can look at the third one we have, which is the Sonnet 4 version, which does have an API execute help. Okay, so we're going to play with the JS server Sonnet 4 for now. And then we're going to say it works. Add more logging to see the port and other things because it's still minimal. I will run it when needed. In the meantime, Sonnet 4, we're going to do serve. It's serving on / PHP4 not found. And then here, do we have some file code archive? What is that? It's a directory code archive. Okay, so we don't have any kind of JavaScript test scripts in our Sonnet 4. How is it supposedly so full-featured when it's so small? It's 400 lines of code, and then the Claude Desktop one is the big-ass one. That's interesting. Okay. I thought this created like a bunch of JavaScript test scripts. It didn't? Okay. 3,000 lines of code though. With bindings. Oh, it's all in the package.js server. So that's where it puts it all. Okay. Interesting. Okay, create create a set of nice JS example scripts showcasing the different functionalities. Okay, that's why it seems so minimal. Is actually, this is the thing that I need to commit as well, right? Git add sonnet for main course for the server. That's also where the linting issues are. All right, cool. Yeah, this is encouraging too. So the next step we're going to do is basically add an MCP tool to register, to execute JavaScript basically, and also make like a nice reference document with a bunch of examples. And then hopefully that will be enough to do a fair amount of stuff, right? Maybe I should add the MCP tool support already to the 03 version, right? So I'm going to start a new thread here, and I'm going to say add a verb MCP to 03, right, to this, so that it uses embeddable to serve the app as a MCP server, exposing a single tool execute.js. The logging should go to stdr to not interfere. The server runs once the MCP is started, and this will allow an LLM to basically create a web application live. Hopefully that's, I don't know if that's a good explanation or not. It's very, very vague. It's very, very, you should know what MCP is. You should know what all of this is about. Maybe I should create a design document for command experiments. Maybe it will figure it out itself. I should maybe have created a document beforehand. So this is something I can go back and be on this part here where I'm in 03 is like, write a nice reference documentation on how the server works, the internals, how to interact with it. Then write a second document that is a very nice reference documentation for the JavaScript API with examples and all that. Because those two documents are going to be interesting for prompting the MCP itself, right? So in the meantime, we're working on both like the same kind of stuff. I wonder if it has like really understood what I'm asking. So let's look at the thinking trace. Add an MCP command that uses the embeddable MCP server API design. Expose a single tool called execute.js. Make sure logging goes to stdr to not interfere with MCP protocol. Should run once, so it's repeating what I said. Looking at main Go, it has a serve and an execute command. Use the embeddable MCP server, start the MCP engine, expose. Yeah, so this is nice. Add MCP command, configure with tool, and then tool handlers. And I think maybe there's something in the API that is missing to start the server at the same time as the MCP command. So this is the execute.js verb. And there might be an issue with listing the tools. Interesting. Okay, so that is good. And we might need to add something to our embeddable API. I think we need to modify our embeddable API a bit to allow us to start the server when the MCP starts. So I think we might need some kind of tools some kind of hooks into the MCP startup process as part of our API. I don't think we have that. And then it would kind of be nice to have something that does like a hot reload in our JavaScript in our server. So those are ideas that I'm going to write down, because we have our design document, right, that we started today. MCP with just, so on the JavaScript side, we should have to do, we should have a hot reload on the browser side. Because all of these things we do have now, right? Yeah, so it added a hook. Nice. Didn't need to tell it. So yeah, I think a lot of the issues that I had was really like this file stuff that was going on. So, I mean, that's good to know, because I was like, oh man, I'm really struggling, and I'm not fully sure I understand why I was struggling so much. Because I was like, it really seems to trip over itself way more than before. Also, maybe it was just like architecting too much and then adding to that the not being able to apply every edit. I think that was really a killer. And I started having issues with that like 10 days ago. I think like last weekend is when it started to really go downhill. And so that might explain these issues. And I tried to work some with it this week at work as well, and I had trouble as well. So maybe it's all like due to that, because I was like, at first I was like, M-Code is so cool. And then I was really struggling for a while. I thought it was like the kind of tasks that I was doing, but I might have been wrong, and it's really like AGI is here. So let's see. Now we do have like an MCP thing that is able to run this, right? So we should be able to go back to our O3 thing and then do go run. And we'll test it with our MCP client tools. MCP client tools list command go run dot MCP. Invalid input jeju. Oh, MCP start. Okay. Invalid parameter J, looking for beginning of value. Because go run MCP start. Oh, it's still outputting all the logging, right? Yeah, bootstrap complete. JS bootstrap complete server ready. Also needs to go to STD out. So that might be easier to just fix by hand. Maybe get file handler, get this, bindings, register handler, register JS query, setup bindings, eConsole log. Yeah, so I guess we can do this with the file edit here. JavaScript logging should go to stdr. All right. So if we run this again, we have nothing. If we run it with this, we get the tool. So rock and roll. Let's do this. I wonder if you can go run from outside somewhere. If I go to /temp and I do this, it needs the Go mod, right? And so local bin embed.js 03. And then I'm just going to add this. I'm going to remove my GitHub token key as well. I'm just going to invalidate it. So I'll be right back. All right, actually, let me quickly check before I show more credentials. And we're good. We're gonna add our thing to the cursor config. And then the server name is called MCP.js server 03. The command path is, what did I call it? Local bin embed.js 03. So it's going to be home manual.local bin embed.js 03, arguments MCP start. And if we look at the cursor MCP tools here, we have the MCP.js 03. Oh, do I need to? Okay, so now it has an execute.js, right? But it still needs to have in its documentation this like little document that we created. So let's see what the document creation has done on this part here. So it created a little document here, readme MD, and then it created another one, which was JavaScript API MD. All right, so I'm going to say add a little section at the top of the JavaScript API that explains what this project is all about as well. All right, but this is really nice. I think this is this may be a little bit overkill, but I think this is all pretty nice. We're gonna leave it as that. What is this? The JavaScript register, the magic. What makes this? Everything happens at runtime. All right, the server runs this. How it works? Okay. And what I'm curious about is like when you execute something and you do console log, it actually currently goes to std error, which I don't think is returned in the MCP call, right? So in the execute.js, so this is an interesting question, and I wonder if, so if I try this, go run, so actually, so now we have the MCP server, right? What I added, the JavaScript MCP server, oh, it renamed the thing. All right. Okay, in the documentation of the execute.js tool, also provide the content use go embed of, And so what do we have here? We do have of docs. So I'm going to move that file down to execute.js, I think, because it needs to go embedded. So where's the tool description? Hold on. My Roomba is driving me wild. Where is the main code for this MCP stuff, right? So it's adding embeddable with tool execute.js, and the execute.js handler is in main.go. Okay, so what we're going to do is provide, you will need to move it into internal MCP and move the execute.js handler there as well as the registration of the embeddable MCP, so that everything is in its place. So let's see. I'm really curious. Like once we finish these last little pieces, we'll be able to start just like basically cooking with it. The one thing I wanna make sure is that this execute.js handler, when it executes the eval, it actually returns the result. And I think the result here was it should actually return the evaluation result, right? And it should also potentially collect all the console log outputs as well. So that's going to be a fairly tricky refactor, and I think it's in the range of what Sonnet 4 could do without too much prompting. So I'm really curious about that. It will require changing the format of the channel. It will require changing the way we do console log to have it scoped to an eval to collect, you know, the output of the writer. It will involve quite a few things, and so I'm really curious about that one. So here it's using ln. I don't think you can ln go embed. Let me see. Why can't I create? Oh, there we go. Can I use lns to go embed files that are in a parent directory? Because I don't think you can. Oh man, now I'm excited, so I'm going to stream an hour more. This was maybe asking O3 for this. But I'm going to wait. Like I'm going to slow down a little bit. We do have like the Sonnet 4 and the other version going, which I guess are fine too. But right now I just want to get this one version up so that I can even explain what this is all about. And also I'm going to give like a very short talk about it at the AI World Engineering Fair. It's going to be a video talk. So I want to record that this weekend. So that's why I'm doing this. Holy shit. It's like I love O3. But this was maybe also asking a little bit overkill here, but it's great. Like I'm gonna learn something because I was always curious about this. And I'm so excited. I'm actually afterwards, I will actually feel like I achieved something, which is a feeling that I'm missing often where I build stuff with LLMs. I'm like, holy shit, like, did I even do something? This is awesome. But also it doesn't feel like I put some effort into it. Here, I did struggle a little bit. But no ... in patterns. The directive only accepts paths that are inside this ... is explicitly format. are treated as out of module because of that. What does work? Embed files that live one level up but still inside the module root. So what I want to do here is, so I'm going to take this. I'm just going to, for fun, just see, can it figure it out? Oh, how many tokens was that actually? Oh, it wasn't too much. Right? Also, I finished my Go agent framework to work like with event driven, and so this is pretty cool. So yeah, it's moving this to internal MCP docs, which is kind of what I wanted. So it's good that it understands that without any further prompting. So what big models allow me to do is take a lot of liberties with prompt engineering. I can just like paste random shit and like kind of expect it to understand what I want. This is something that doesn't work that well with smaller models, right? Like there's a good chance that even Sonnet 3.5 probably would have understood it, but like all the GPTs for sure not. And then the open source things are like pretty brittle in that regard, right? Like that's really the beauty of things like Sonnet, is that they are very, very quote, quote, intelligence, understanding intent. And that saves obviously a fair amount of time when where you can just like prompt pretty dirty stuff, right? Like vibe. But also it's not necessarily bad to know, like learning how to decompose something in small steps so that small models understand it is a very valuable skill to also debug when big models basically hit their limits and are not able to decipher what you would want, right? So this still works, and then now this has like a shit ton of documentation. So this is great, but I lost a lot of tokens just looking at documentation, right? So now I'm going to ask the complicated stuff, right? Which is all right, so this is cool. I don't know if I want to continue here. Also, I don't trust the 46%. I think it's going to update pretty massively once this is finished. Is it? I'm going to continue in this thread. So I'm just going to commit while I'm at it, right? So I'm going to do add everything, actually. Yeah, I don't think any of the rest. So it's going to add internal docs readme. And then I'm going to say art add MCP.js server. But now what I want to do is like, I'm going to fix the linten later. What I want to do now is the result of the eval of the execute JS should be the string representation JSON representation of the call JavaScript result. Also, we do want to capture the console logging and also return that so that the caller gets the full picture. So I wonder if this is going to be enough for it to understand that it needs to add a writer and needs to add all kinds of like little gizmos to the tools, because this is kind of like a complicated refactor, right? We are an internal API, and then if we look at our bindings, is it the bindings here? Yeah, so the console log, right? Like it does currently do a format fprintf, but now it kind of like needs to be bound to the engine eval call. So I hope that it's going to add like a context handler maybe to this. Or maybe, I'm not sure how it's going to do it. So I'm really curious. I wouldn't necessarily know right off the bat which design I want to do. So this is nice. This is a nice struct, right? It's funny that it has like a different channel than for the completion. going to do execute code with result with the code here. It's going to do wrap the code in all of this. So this is nice. And then it's going to use a capture console. Oh, that's nice. That's a nice design. So these models, like, I've accepted that they're better software architects than I am. They're just like, you still need to have, it's weird. I don't know what my skill is at this point in terms of LLM prompting. So it's just like gut feeling and experience, maybe. Like, what am I prompting here? Like, right? Like, why am I, is it like being able to scroll through shit fast? Because at this point, like, is it the idea of coming up with this MCP construct? Like, that for sure. But where does that come from, right? Like, how can you teach it? How can you convey it? Because I don't know. It's like, I don't know if you need to still write like a lot of code manually to get that kind of knowledge. I'm not sure, man. So how is it going to test that the functionality works? So maybe this is something that we can add to the embeddable MCP as well, which is if I do go run.mcp, can I test the tool? Okay, test list tools. No, don't do the list tools. I burned some tokens again. Did you see it go from 56 to 64? Quick test of the functionality. So that's cool. Run test tool to test. When doing list tools head 10. I mean, this is pointless to keep it in here, but I wonder if you can do like session kind of agent MD or like rules, right? There you say like, oh, for today, or like when I don't know. Yeah, I was sure it was going to run it. Yeah, okay. Well, let's try this again, right? We go to the cursor settings, into MCP, and I restart this dude. I should, on localhost 8080, have my JS playground, right? I guess being able to see, and it has all the documentation now. This is pretty amazing. Okay, so let's start a new chat, and I'm gonna say like, make a little counter web page. Using so let's see what it does. Simple persistent counter with like a shit ton of code here. And then console log, check localhost, result was null. So I think we should, where does the register? Localhost 8080 counter. Oh, fuck. All right. And then the counter API increment does not do JavaScript, right? Okay, so I'm going to say a little few more things. It's going to say like store the template in a global, use JS to handle the rest, store counter state in DB. So there's going to be a bunch of like prompt engineering to be done around how to build web pages and stuff like that. Also, basically by updating so what was this error? Has no member exec. Man, I wish you could be able to see this like more clearly. Although we do have, right? Like if I look at this, where's it running it from? From scripts here. Right? Like if I look at this, this was the first. Where did it store this stuff? Where does it store that data? Let me see. Execute. Failed to persist script. And the file name is called scripts file name. Store the HTML template in. Yeah, this was a few minutes ago, right? And then it only does that. Oh, it doesn't save it when it's written over this. Save the file as well when passed over MCP. And I think we should have an execute file MCP tool as well. Add a execute.js file path, absolute path MCP tool as well. Oh shit. All right, so there's going to be some prompt engineering to be done around making this all nice. Also, I do kind of want to have like a nice view of the code that was executed. So that's also something we'll be able to add to the server. I think pretty easily with Sonnet 4 in here. Yeah, that's going to be exciting actually as we start like just vibe coding more on top of that. Because actually I do want it to have like a full React at some point. So this is, yeah, hopefully it won't take too long to build that, to be honest. The thing with the React is that it kind of needs to be rebuilt on demand, right? No, don't. Assume it works. So this is maybe something else that we would need to add here. So this is embeddable MCP, add more arguments to list tools, allow passing arguments to test tool, or maybe even expose one verb per tool, call the hooks when calling a test tool. All right, so we do have execute.js. We have execute.js file. Console log saved as. So this is nice. It added that as a little cosmetic thing, which is what I was looking for. What was the other feature that I wanted? It's also store the executed JS in the database and provide a hard-coded page for viewing the stored scripts that were executed with a nice with session ID and search fields and pagination. Before I do that crazy thing, and actually maybe I'll start this in a new chat, I'm going to go back and I'm going to commit commands experiments. Oh, it seems that it probably committed something that was a little bit too big. So we're gonna remove cache this, and we're gonna remove cached. The thing with this fast-paced coding is that I'm starting to get more and more sloppy, and especially because because I have these things running in parallel and I really need to work on my work trees, I guess. It's hard to understand which part of which was built, and because I didn't make it self-contained under the repo. So anyway, let me start a new thread here, and then I'm gonna do this. Also store the executed in, and then O3 main.go. See readme in the O3, right? I don't even know if I need the readme. Yeah, let's add it. And we'll see what this does. See, it's reading the file, right? Like it's adding a lot of tokens. So just adding the readme would probably have been like more efficient. But like, there's a good chance that this just one-shots, and that is crazy. That is really crazy. That like, I hope that it's going to do Go templates, and that it's going to do, I don't know. There's a chance that it also just like implements the whole thing already in JavaScript, which would be fun too. So we'll see. No, it's doing Go. It would have been funny if it like straight up wrote the page in JavaScript itself and the JavaScript handler using the JavaScript engine. But we'll see. And I also told it to have a session ID. So I just see like, oh yeah, it's right there, the session ID. This is great. And it's scary. It's great and it's scary. Yeah, this is interesting in terms of like, because it has this task tool, I don't know if I disabled it, to be honest. No, the task tool is still there. So I wonder how this best to use it, right? Wow, that's a lot of text. I am much more brutal than that in my prompt engineering. Holy shit. I should recreate this. Like, I'm curious to see if I can build the same thing. That'd be interesting. Good exercise also to get to know Sonnet for having like an MCP server for the project. That would be really, really useful. And I did some research for that. There's just so much stuff to build that I'm actually curious. Should I send this out on a fool's errand as well? Um, um, should I start an AMP code in here? Yeah, see, this is where I think I was I struggling that day already with Sonnet? I don't know. It doesn't. I don't know. Anyway, oh, I start so many things and I never finish them. Which is exactly what's going to happen with this one as well. I think I actually already started something pretty significant in terms of project. GitHub. Did I move that into a different tool? Create pull request. GraphQL. GitHub API project in Vibes. All right, so let's open the Vibes repo. Vibes repo is something that's like completely being vibed by Manus or things like where I don't even know what the source code is, what the project is, like completely blind. So it's from last month already. So let's open this and see what this is about. All right, so I should give it like a GitHub token as well. Has a GitHub token in here. I don't know how good this is here. Field ID. Yeah, this seems like the config file is just like weird. And then the API for the client. Is there something called fields? Get status fields? Yeah, interesting. All right, we are back. What did I even ask it here? So when I'm in the MCP part of this, right? When I'm in the MCP part of this, does it also store the execution? Execute JS handler, eval result, result chan, submit job, and then submit job, execute code with result. Where's the store execution being called? Okay. Okay. And then this gives us a page, right? So it's running in the background. Yeah. Let me run the web server from now on. And oh, I hate that this pane always like resizes this way. Go run dot serve log level debug. Oops. No go run files. Oh, because command experiments 03 debug. Listen to 8080 is already in use. Port 8081. And then this code here. All right. I'm curious about the web page and the pagination. All right. Drum roll. Nice. A little bit ugly. Oh, it's just because of the responsive layout. So we're just gonna do this, right? For I in sec. Yeah, 100. Do no sleep curl console hello world dash I. Actually going to do it like this because we do need the variable interpolation. Done. I deleted one parameter, one thing too many. All right, but it doesn't show me the result on the curl result, right? JavaScript executed, JavaScript executed, JavaScript executed, JavaScript. So the HTTP endpoint should also return a JSON similar to the MCP call in MCP Where is it? Where is it? What is it called? MCP server.go. Server.go. All right. Nice. Nice. Does it have the pagination? Holy shit, this is so awesome. This is so fucking awesome. So what if I search for 100? So the search doesn't seem to work, huh? Search doesn't work. Oh, I need to restart it. Hold on. This is wrong. Retry. I hadn't updated. Right, so it's checking for the result. Do we store? This should have a result return, right? Let me try again, because yeah, it doesn't return a result. Okay, it does need an okay, so update API MD to mention the explicit return. Furthermore, I want to store the results and the logs in the DB as well. Also, the search form does not seem to work. Also show, yeah, let's start with that. It's a little bit much at once, isn't it? But also we're called O3. This legit, this is pretty sick. This is really sick, to be honest. It's also kind of scary. Yeah, so now that we're getting close, I'm going to stop polishing it a little bit and we're going to use it to build like a real app, hopefully. I don't remember what I was running into. It was this. Oh, it's because I wasn't able to really see the code that it was doing. So that was kind of annoying. So we're going to cancel this and we're going to restart it. So we're going to run this again. Okay, cool. Nice. Man, I love this shit. This is so cool. The search doesn't work, huh? Maybe I need to reload the page. Is it returning less? No, it's not, huh? It's using form data, name search functionality. Okay. Run once. I think the HTML does a form submit, but the API expects URL parameters. So I guess maybe that's my knowledge that comes in here, right? I wonder how you acquire it if you just vibe code. That is really a good question, right? Ah, it works now, huh? What else could we add here? I think we're good for now. We could, right, like we can restart it in Cursor. If we go to the cursor settings and we reload this, we have execute.js file. And then we're going to say, make a dynamic little counter web page using execute.js. We should add things like to do MD. MCP.js server, expose the session ID to the JS. And here it's going to execute something we'll be able to look at in here. Oh, because we're on 8080, right? Okay, so we should be able to add a function here. It works now. Expands, make the JS view expandable to see in full, and add syntax highlighting. So it's available at HTTP localhost 8080 counter. Network. Man, this is so awesome. Because what I can do now, and like this is the crazy part, right? Create a CRM DB and a nice but simple front-end UI. Because the other thing we will need is then like reload last session's JS to recreate the full app as it was, all the code in a session. The thing is, like, as you iterate over things, or maybe store which code was used for REST handlers and all that. That could be like an LLM thing as well to determine what's like the nice thing. So because the thing is, no, sorry, using execute.js also populate it with data. Because the other thing is, like, if you have an edit file, then you can do the execute file with the full thing, right? So, okay, this is interesting. Hold on. So what was that? dbexec. didn't have a, so let me add a clipboard and download icon as well to get the skip content. So we'll have to see session ID, debug, make sure session ID is good, scope to MCP, add view with all the code from a single session. So I wanted to get to build a full CRM before we finish in the next 10 minutes. Will I get there? Who knows? Why does dbexec not work? So that's the interesting part. All right, so now if I start it again, nice. And is it in my, yeah, but why does it have this like \n? The clipboard has \n instead of a real new line. Oh, and add line numbers as well. Man, this is crazy. This is absolutely fucking crazy. Absolutely crazy, 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 crazy. Crazy. I don't know, man. What is this world even? I don't know how we can expand this concept then also later on, but I'm sure as I will actually start using it to build real applications, like it's crazy because I can literally say like create a CRM with a single MCP call, with a single MCP server. And like, I wonder if I can serialize Goja to disk. Not GitHub, ChatGPT. Can I serialize the status of a Goja.js VM to disk and reload it later on? Wait, what the fuck is it doing? Oh, okay. This is just fucking crazy, dude. It's just fucking crazy, man. It's just fucking crazy. It did copy paste everything though, right? The copy paste seems to have missed, broken at some point. It stopped here but the content is actually, where is it doing this? It's the return. Yeah, I kind of want to fix the dbexec because that I definitely need to fix before we move on. But I don't want to necessarily fuck with it at the same time that I'm working on a SEM project per se, even though they're separate functionalities. Whatever, YOLO. Let me just commit before I move on. Nicer UI. And then I'm going to say, this is the code. I'm going to start a new one. In O3 main.go and API-MD, we seem to have trouble with is this in, so where is this, engine.go or is it bindings.go? Bindings DB only has query, but then why did it do exec? Does this say exec? Wait. Add the exec method. Also at the after the talk in JavaScript API, make a very concise reference for all the existing API functions and objects as a quick reference. All right, this is where I really want to have like a quick way of going back and forth. Problem store solved. So let's try that. Let's try that. How do we do that? We go in here, go to MCP, and then we need to build it. Oh, that's because it's like fixing stuff at the same time. Alrighty. How is it able to figure out that it's there? Man, I'm so excited. This is so fucking exciting. I hope we have 3 minutes left. I can create my CRM page. I don't think so, but I'm not going to stop before I have it. I'm so fucking close. I know it. Can we build it? We can't. Cool. All right, so we relaunch it. We go here. Then if I copy this, I should have the full thing. Great. Man, it's so good. It's really crazy. This is sick, man. All right. YOLO. Hey, they need to fix this. This is horrible. So what did it actually create? So it populated it with like contacts, and then it made it here. YOLO. So we'll have to find out how to reload this, right? And so this is interesting because now we need to start this kind of like debugging. So this is going to be interesting, which is adding to the to-do, give some name to the code so that it can be used for debugging. So for example, this, right, which at this point is when adding a user, so no, this is, yeah, so this is going to be the kind of stuff that we need to fix, right? Rec body is apparently a string, not a parsed object. Prompt functionality. Like we could add things like add REST handler, which already does the JSON. So the is now fixed to properly parse form submissions. So we're going to resend this. Object has no member run at eval blah blah blah. So yeah, and just like give better error messages showing the relevant code as well. Instead of eval. Okay, so this is prompt engineering kind of stuff, right? It's so it's going to be interesting to get these things to work. To get logs also. Function to retrieve logs maybe. Because it now is also like kind of hard to see which code was used here, right? Yeah, the return allow for a richer HTTP API allowing redirects and all that. So that's maybe something we can prompt now, which is we're going to just do that. Create and document a richer set of request response semantics for when registering the routes so that we can do things like redirect HTTP status code etc. In bindings. Is that in bindings actually? Is that where the rest stuff is done? Basic utilities, JSON stringify, and then register handler is being called in register handler, which we maybe should move to its own separate thing. Move the rest handler stuff to its own separate file as well. Update api.md once you are done for the new request response. Inspire from existing common frameworks. All right. I'm I'm pretty blown away by what I was able to achieve here, like how smooth building the UI was. It's definitely like a huge time saver kind of thing. So we're getting there, right? It's like fill it with companies and sales data and make it much more fleshed out. Landing page, multiple sub pages. Do it in separate calls. So I also need to handle like defining functions. Allow for defining functions that can be used across execute JS calls. Sadly, we have the wrapped stuff right now. Maybe we could parse for let const. Yes, just do it all. I didn't know that 4.1 was like such a hiccupy thing. Yeah, this is sick, man. Oh. All right, what's the first tool call? Extend schema. Landing page. It's fast, man. So I want to show the logs. Allow querying the logs as well, because like somehow the query here doesn't work and I don't want to go to the MCP logs part. Did it populate that with data? Yeah. I only see actual data on the companies page. The other views are now empty. Run the queries manually to ensure they work. Then fix the handlers. Yeah. But my suspicion is confirmed, right? I just need to give it like a little bit more tooling to be able to verify the JavaScript that it writes and better prompt engineering. Does it have a fetch URL tool? I don't know. Interesting. Okay, well, it's buggy a little bit, but we're getting there. Because if I look at now, what was the code here? Oh, it's the company.id that was broken. So we should also like catch panics. Debug. And so allow for a REPL to a session on the CLI as well. That's a nice feature to add. All right, but this is for another day because I could just keep going on. This is addictive. This is sick. Sparkles, add to-dos and other features. And a unit test suite. Yeah, man. So can I do something funny, like something that maybe doesn't involve the database? So let me see. Let's create a new chat and let's go create a poker roguelike game, no DB use, just global context using execute.js. Oh. Yeah, there's some design stuff to be done. Like the main thing that I think is going to be tricky is like having these things persist and be resumable later on, especially if you restart the server. I still want to have those, excuse me, handlers available. And so I'm not sure if I need to go through, because they're being built incrementally, right? Like that's a common problem in like, say, Common Lisp or so, where you have something that's called like save world. So the annoying thing right here is I know that Sonnet is like generating the next call with like a ton of like code, and you just don't see it happening. You don't see that anything's going on until the tool call is done, and then this is like kind of ugly. So this would be if I were to build like a proper shell around this, right? With like an inbuilt chatbot basically inside the server as well, I would provide like a developer version of this, and also make it maybe easier for what you call it, for non-developers to kind of see what's going on as well, which will be interesting. What is this? Is this what I just did with the richer redirect? Yeah, so why did it stop? Updated documentation. Okay, so now I guess it's finished. So we're going to run the tool here again. Then I'm going to try it in Claude as well. In the UI, if we go to cursor config, MCP.js, so it's just this guy. So if I go to Claude, add MCP.js server, and then MCP start. Run the tool. So where is it? Endpoints, main game interface, localhost 8080, poker roguelike. So here we do have issues, right? JSON parse unexpected 500 response. Okay, so we do need a way to get async notification for error 500. A way to get the logs. Because now maybe self-fix function. Because this is hard, right? Like this is the functions not being available to each other. So I definitely need to find a way to do this, and maybe the wrapping it into a function wasn't like the best way to do things. Maybe it is just a prompt engineering question. So actually, why not let it do that? And just say like, don't declare top level global variables because they won't be reusable. If you need to, then do that. So get rid of the function wrapped stuff. So now it's going to write this like humongous file, right? And I think maybe if this was like a bundled application, instead of like having the JavaScript MCP thingy handle storing the source, we would do everything through files and basically having it like edit the file, giving it like an edit file functionality, and also like a reload entire add function to restart the VM from scratch is maybe also like a good thing. And those could be all like JavaScript APIs as well, right? All right, so what is it generating? Jesus Christ. Actually, we can have a look, can't we? All right, so what did it build here? Holy crap. And what was this one? Okay, and then another thing is here is like live view of both MCP calls and REST calls. JS evaluation. Add JS REPL to the web UI. All right, so now we can visit our roguelike. Error starting battle, please start again. All right, well, it's a good time to stop. Yeah. Good time to stop having a live console. Have a live console. Good. Allow editing of sent JS and reload it for manual fixing. Download session zip, because this is like currently it doesn't really keep the right session ID, right? It's like a new session every time I send something over MCP. Okay. We'll debug that. MCP session ID is wrong. All right. Cool. Not entirely as far as I wanted, but now, and in some way further than I wanted as well. So, very, very promising. Very promising. Okay, cool. That was it for today. Thanks for watching and see you soon.